second story. Get into a basement if you can, get away from windows if you can as well, because these are some very, very serious storms. Now, Simone, you have a little bit of information on, obviously, with these trees down and these winds, power outages.
Yeah, boy, you said it, Top. I wanted to get you some numbers. Quick look out at the Capitol. You can see that storm just really moving in. The Capitol completely socked in with fog and the storm that's moving through, along with the Doppler radar down there to your left, that really intense line of storms that Topper and Caitlin have been talking about. Here's what we know about power outages right now. These are for Dominion outages. We have Fairfax reporting 3,181 outages. We have Loudoun at 12,793 outages. Prince William only reporting 9 at this point, but we could likely be seeing these numbers fluctuate. Of course, we are standing by to get you some Maryland numbers, because I was just texting with my fiance. He is on the DC Bethesda line. He has no power. And as Caitlin and Topper were saying, you need to take your pets, your family, whomever, downstairs into a basement if possible, but his power is out. I wanted to show you, this is the 14th, tell me again, 14th Street Bridge. You can see the other major hazard we're dealing right now is this is happening during rush hour traffic. Thankfully, this is a holiday. It is Juneteenth, so hopefully that is helping with a little bit of the volume. But look, if your loved one is out there on the roadway, you know, they just are slow going at this point, concentrating really hard. If they have not yet left for work, for home, could be worth giving them a call and just telling them to try to wait some of this storm out, because the conditions on the roadway at this point are quite dangerous. Giving you a look from what you can see of the White House right now, it's again quite socked in. I did want to mention too, we have a ground stop at all 3 major airports. This is BWI, DCA, Dulles, so all of them are on ground stops due to the severe weather rolling through. Give you a quick look out across the district. Caitlin, as you can see the rain kind of blowing and the wind. The wind was the major thing you guys have been talking about. It is taking down trees. It is taking down power lines. And this is the serious threat with this storm.
Absolutely, Simone. And that's the threat we're going to be watching here really carefully over the next several hours. Like Topper mentioned, this is our main line of storms, but more will develop later this evening as a cold front actually comes pushing through. And I do want to highlight a few storm reports we're also seeing from the National Weather Service. And Simone, maybe you can ask the assignment desk to check on this, because in Potomac, in the 1100 block of Home Place Lane, there is a report of a tree on a home. We've also got wires reported to be arcing and sparking on River Road in Bethesda. That's in the 8400 block. So a big concern there, a heavily trafficked area. Also reports of trees and wires down throughout Potomac and Gaithersburg. So we're starting to see some of those Maryland impacts coming in as well. So we'll start things off here with the big picture, showing you where the strongest of the storms are, because pretty much all of Montgomery County is being impacted right now, all of the district. Thankfully, these storms starting to move out of Loudoun and Fauquier and Fairfax County, but all the way down into Prince William and Fauquier County, still tracking some really significant storms blowing through. And where we have this warning in effect for Montgomery, again, Fairfax, though, you're starting to clear things out in Prince George's County until 4:45. That does have that considerable tag on it for winds gusting up to, if not over, 70 miles per hour. We've got another severe thunderstorm warning just off to the south. It does not have a considerable tag, but still, that storm is producing significant wind. Also want to note, we saw a report of some pea-sized hail in Loudoun. Now, I want to take the lightning off, because the lightning is actually so dense, it's making it hard to see the specific towns and streets that are being impacted. And I do want to take you specifically into each of these areas that are being impacted, because like we've been saying, treat these severe thunderstorm warnings like a tornado warning. Get to a safe location, a small interior room away from windows. Like we've been mentioning, these storms are bringing down trees and power lines. You need to make sure you and your family are staying safe here as the storms quickly blow through. Again, it's going to be quick here. The storms are moving east around 45 to 50 miles per hour, but for the time being, please take these storms seriously. Right now, the strongest part of the storm is moving out of spots like Germantown, Rockville, and Bethesda, and moving into Olney, Laurel, and Silver Spring. That's where you not only see that deep shading of red indicating the heavy rain, but also that's where we have the strongest wind from Fairland down into Silver Spring. This is impacting parts of 425, Route 29, 28. No doubt out, again, making for incredibly difficult travel. We'll take you now into the district. And again, can't reiterate enough, there is so much lightning associated with these storms. The entire district is getting soaked right now. We can hear the thunder and hear the lightning here in our Tenleytown studios. So please make sure you are staying in a safe location until these storms pass. The heaviest of the storm right now is impacting parts of northeast and southeast. Alexandria getting hammered with rain all the way down into Mount Vernon. The storm's moving out of Lake Bearcroft, continuing to push east of 95. Now we still have this warning we're also watching that's moving into Charles County, Indian Head. You're just now starting to see the heaviest rain. Dale City, Lorton, all the way down 95 into Aquia and Stafford. Still seeing heavy rain, thunder, lightning, and potentially damaging wind. So what I'm going to do right now, I'm going to time out this whole storm for the entire area because, again, it is one fairly organized line that we're tracking from. We'll take it from Montgomery County all the way down through D.C. into parts of Prince William County and drag this off to the east because that's the direction that these storms are moving really quickly, around 45 to 50 miles per hour. The good news there is that it will help with the flood threat. Whenever you get storms moving that quickly, not training, not kind of lingering and just bringing repeated rain, it alleviates the flood risk, although we had significant rain through parts of Montgomery County, D.C., Fairfax County last night, and that's why we have a flood watch in effect until 9 o'clock this evening. So it's not going to take much for those rivers and streams to overflow their banks. And of course, we're talking about urban areas. Any poor drainage can lead to urban street flooding, and that's what we'll be watching carefully here as well. So the storm moving through D.C. right now into Upper Marlboro, closer to 456, into Dunkirk, closer to 508. And again, these storms are not losing steam. They are holding together. So if you are in these areas where the storm is heading next, La Plata, the storm, again, going to be there in just about 20 minutes. Make sure you are seeking shelter, getting to that safe, small interior room away from windows. So I will show you again, we have the severe thunderstorm watch in effect until 9 p.m. That's the lighter shading of yellow. All of that deep yellow that you see through Montgomery County, Fairfax County, Fauquier, Prince William, and points east. Those are where we have the severe thunderstorm warnings in effect until 9 o'clock. We also have a flood watch in effect until 9 p.m. That is just for D.C. and surrounding counties because, again, this is the area where we saw significant rainfall last night and where rivers and streams were already close to flood stage yesterday. You saw the rain that we're tracking now. That's what we'll be keeping an eye on, in addition to all of the wind damage reports that are continuing to come in. With more on those damage reports, I'll send things over to Chief Meteorologist Topper Shutt.
Yeah, Caitlin, they're coming in fast and furious here. So we have numerous reports of trees down, not just branches and limbs, that also, but we have numerous reports of trees in parts of Bethesda. You mentioned the arcing lines there and also Potomac. So let's talk about and highlight some of these. So these icons here are trees down. So I'm going to zoom in just a little bit here out toward Potomac and Rockville. And a couple of these are new. This one is down, numerous large trees blown down along 190. That's River Road between Falls Road and the Beltway. So if you know where that is, you know, if you're heading out River Road trying to get out to Potomac or Falls Road, it could be a tree in your way. So that's one. That just came in at 405. That's a relatively new one. Also, I think you mentioned this too, Caitlin, up a little further. We're going to go up a little further here. Bells Mill Road between Democracy Boulevard and Falls Road is closed due to high water, at least 6 inches running. That might be yesterday. I think that's yesterday's. I apologize. That's yesterday's report. I don't know why that's still on there. Another tree, though, is down up here to the north in Rockville. That was actually yesterday as well. Forgive me for that. Let me just zoom in a little bit more. And if you again, treat this as if it were a tornadic outbreak because 80-mile-per-hour winds are serious. This looks like a new report to me. 415, numerous large trees down in northwest D.C. around American University. So we have that as pretty brand new information. And also, we'll go down just south of McLean, and we got large tree blown down on 267, that's Dulles Toll Road, between 495 and the I-66. Completely blocking the road. So now we have some roads blocked with these storms. So if you haven't left work, stay there for a minute and let's get this line through here. If you have, please drive slowly because you may come up on these trees quickly. You may not see them, may not have any warning, and it can be a dangerous situation. I'll just do a couple more here. We'll go out to, the Georgetown Pike. We talked about this earlier, 193. We got large trees blown down. So notice it's trees and not just a tree or a limb or anything like that. So we've got also some trees down west of Fairfax. This was earlier today. Yeah, multiple tree branches down around Monument Drive. That does not say it's blocked, though, so I suppose that is good news. Simone, you have information on power outages again?
Yes, let's go ahead and we'll get to those first because we just checked with our local power companies. More than 60,000 customers are without power. This is specific to Northern Virginia. Nearly 44,000 in Fairfax County, 14,000 in Loudoun County, and nearly 4,600 in Fauquier County. Pepco is reporting more than 12,500 customers are without power. Most of those are in Montgomery County. I did want to mention, Top, you had been talking about some of the trees down around the area. I've been getting text messages and there's a number of incidents I did want to bring up. You had touched on this one, but this is Potomac, Maryland, River Road corridor just between Falls Road and the Beltway. There are numerous power outages here. Trees down, wires down, and I'm hearing that River Road is completely closed near Persimmon Tree Road. So big heads up on that one. Also keeping a close eye on 8400, again, River Road, Bethesda, where we've got power lines down. Those were sparking at some point based on the reports I was seeing, so that's something we're keeping a close eye on. Also, just a reminder, all three major airports are still under ground stops. BWI, DCA, Dulles, to the best of our knowledge, still being affected. Caitlin?
Yeah, Simone, we'll get you back to radar here as we continue to track these storms as they move through the metro area, really kind of right along the 95 corridor right now. We still have a number of severe thunderstorm warnings in effect until 4:45. That's the one that we've been tracking for D.C. It's out of Fairfax now, but still includes parts of Montgomery and Prince George's County. They did extend that warning farther east. That includes areas like Baltimore and Annapolis, and they maintained that considerable tag on it, that considerable tag indicating that we could still be seeing winds gusting up to 70 miles per hour. So that's the area we're going to start with here. You can see the strongest of the storm moving through Laurel and Fairland, down through parts of College Park into DC. DC all still seeing this really significant rain. We'll take you a little bit closer street level here and show you where specifically we're just seeing this torrential rain, impactful wind. Like we've been saying, all of these trees and power lines coming down. So this is going to be an area we're looking out for storm reports coming in next. Laurel right now over toward Fairland. Olney, the storm's moving out of your area, but still heavy rain, significant wind, a lot of lightning. Down toward Wheaton, the storm's starting to clear your area, but this is impacting the Beltway from Silver Spring all the way down by Northwest Stadium. That's where we have the strongest wind, the heaviest rain, all of the thunder and lightning, always an indicator of just how strong these storms are. So please, for the wind threat, make sure you're staying in your small interior room, away from basements, seeking shelter until these storms pass through, but just incredibly dense lightning as well. So from Northwest Stadium down towards Silver Hill over into Alexandria, again, this is where the very strongest part of this storm is right now. Clinton, right along Route 414 into Friendly, Mount Vernon. This storm's still impacting parts of Accokeek and over toward Pamunkey and Indian Head, right along 422. We have another severe thunderstorm warning. Again, this one does not have that considerable tag, but wind is still suspected to be gusting upwards of 50 to 60 miles per hour. This is in Dale City, Quantico, Widewater, down into Stafford. So I'll give you a wider perspective here, and now we'll track out this storm as it continues to move to the east really quickly. I mean, that is our saving grace here, is that these storms are not lingering. We're not seeing any training, any back building, so the flood risk is low, though Topper did just show you, or that was a report from yesterday actually, where we had some standing water, but we are continuing continuing to keep an eye on the potential for any flooding as we head throughout the next several hours, really, because we do still have a ways to go until these storms are completely out of here tonight. So the strongest storm that just moved through Montgomery County is now moving into Howard County, D.C., down into Prince George's County. You've still got a really hefty storm moving through right now, so we'll track this out as it continues to move through Prince George's County into parts of Anne Arundel and Calvert County. So as this storm continues to push off to the east around 45 to 50 miles per hour, that's going to put it into Waldorf here in just about 5 minutes. If you have loved ones in the area, make sure you give them a call, check in, make sure they're staying in a small interior room away from windows and staying off the road. That is the most important thing you can be doing over the next hour or so, especially if you're along or east of 95. Just stay home. And keep in mind, even if you do go out on the roads after the storms have ended, we've got downed trees, we've got downed power lines. We're going to have a lot of obstacles that we have to clear here as we head throughout the evening. The storm's moving into Dunkirk shortly before 5 o'clock this evening, into Shadyside just after 5 o'clock, over toward North Beach, and continuing to move across the Potomac closer to 5:30. We'll take you down to the other severe thunderstorm warning we're tracking through parts of Prince William and Charles County. Again, this storm not as strong traditionally from what we've seen on radar and from the National Weather Service, but still producing significant wind, lots of rain and lightning. I did take that lightning tracker off again so we could give you a better idea of where we have these storms moving through. But here it is again. You can see all of that lightning indicating the strength of these storms, especially for that warning we've been talking a lot about across the district and into parts of Prince George's County. But this storm is still packing quite a punch, and it continues for Calvert, Charles, Prince George's, and Prince William County until 5:30. That storm is also on a similar trajectory, moving to the east around 45 to 50 miles per hour. So we'll track that strong storm for you there as it moves closer to La Plata and Mechanicsville, moving closer to Brentland by 5 o'clock this evening, Hughesville by 5:15, into Dubois closer to 5:17 this evening. So here's a look at where we have those severe thunderstorm warnings right now. And again, that warning that extends now to include parts of Anne Arundel, Baltimore, and Prince George's County, that still has a considerable tag on it for winds that could gust up to 70 miles per hour. Now, we are still tracking rain back through much of Frederick County, still impacting Montgomery, Loudoun, and Fairfax County, down into Culpeper and Fredericksburg. You've still got some moderate to occasionally heavy rain, just not the significance of these storms that we've been tracking. So again, we'll give you a closer look here at where we're seeing the biggest impact from these storms. And again, that is continuing to come in the form of really strong wind. That's our biggest threat as we head throughout the evening tonight. Again, we do still have the severe thunderstorm watch in effect until 9 p.m. that this really does look to be the bulk of the strongest storms, but there is still a question mark as to whether or not we can kind of rejuice up the atmosphere and get another round later this evening as the cold front itself moves through. But right now, Montgomery County continuing to see improvement. You've got the last of the rain moving out of parts of Olney and Fairland right now. Prince George's County still just getting pummeled with heavy rain and wind all along the Beltway. The storm is starting to move out of D.C. Into Bowie, Upper Marlboro, down into Clinton. You'll continue to see conditions deteriorate here as we head through the next really several minutes with the pace of these storms. We've got another severe thunderstorm warning off to the south. That one's also in effect until 5:30 this evening, and that's what's bringing heavy rain into Charles County right now from Waldorf over toward Indian Head into Quantico, right along 95. Starting to look a little bit better there. And again, that is all thanks to just how quickly these storms are moving out of here. But if you're in Quantico, Nanjemoy, down by Fairview Beach, you've still got some heavy rain to get through. And over by Gold Vein into Culpeper, you've got some moderate downpours, but no severe thunderstorm warnings right now. So the watch remains in effect for areas along and east of I-81 until 9 o'clock tonight, with severe thunderstorm warnings for all of the areas you see highlighted there in that brighter shade of yellow. And we do still want to talk about the flood threat, just given how heavy these tropical downpours are. I mean, there is just so much moisture in the atmosphere that we do still have a flood threat for D.C. and surrounding counties until 9 o'clock. I know that looks like a really isolated area, but this was issued largely because of the heavy rain we saw in these specific areas last night. So rivers and streams are already elevated. It's a really the urban area. Any poor drainage can lead to urban street flooding as well. Want to send things over to Topper now. He's got some updates on storm reports for us.
Yeah, we have more trees reported down in Potomac, and also want to talk about River Road. Pete Perringer, Montgomery County, said that it's closed essentially around the persimmon tree intersection of River Road with trees down, and it's no treat from the Beltway out 190 westbound toward Potomac as you pass 189 Falls Road. So if you're trying to get out there, I would just wait. Let's go and show you some of the newer information we have. We also had, Caitlin, I think you mentioned this, but now it's on the report. Tree down Home Place, 11,000 block of Home Place in Potomac. That is relatively new at 410. But while we were on the air just minutes ago, we had this report come in. So I'm seeing this for the first time. Tree blown down on a house in the 7900 block of Tacoma Avenue, and that was at 4:15. So hopefully it's what I mean. That's why I said get out of the second story. Never be in a second story in your house when you have this kind of a situation. We should have, we said treat it as if it were a tornadic activity. Get away from windows, basement if you can. This is another tree down on a house near Noise Drive. That's in Silver Spring. That's 1600 block. So these were pretty intense straight line winds across the board. I think this is another report too out here. Garrett Park, wires down at 3600 block of Spurl Court. Now listen, we say this, the wires are down. Don't try to drive over them. Just simply go around and call 911. Let everybody know that they're down, but don't try to take matters into your own hand. I'm going to zoom back out and you'll get an idea of just like how much in terms of the area it affected. I mean, it affected pretty much everybody, and I think we got a report at national, Caitlin, of a wind gust of 61 miles an hour. Yep. So 66 mile per hour wind gust at Dulles, 61 at national. And remember, severe thunderstorm warnings are issued when winds are 58 or higher. So that certainly exceeded that. And then they put that considerable tag when they're 70 and destructive tag when we have 80 mile per hour winds. So, as we continue to zoom out here, I mean, a lot of folks had some kind of damage or strong wind gusts. We'll take you out. This is College Park Airport, wind gust of 59 miles an hour, and that was at 4:25, so a little under 20 minutes ago. So these storms, please take them seriously. Get to an interior room and get away from windows. The good news is, as Caitlin said, they're moving fast. They're hauling like 45 to 50, so they're going across the I-95 corridor. They're almost to in Arundel County, almost to Calvert County. So get ready, La Plata, it's on your doorstep, and get ready, Calvert County, and put your umbrella down if you have an umbrella. You have small chairs, things that can blow around. Get them inside. You have time in those locations to do that. Otherwise, just get inside, keep yourself safe. Now, Simone, you have more information on power outages.
Yeah, I did just want to speak to your point, though, Top. I'm getting, pictures from neighbors of mine, and I just got a picture from my own house on the DC Bethesda line, and there are massive tree branches just ripped down, snapped like toothpicks all over the backyard. Neighbors are saying that they've been in the basement, sheltering in place, taking the pets, taking the kids. Power outages in that area, as you were detailing. So, this is one of those threats that, as Top was saying, this is heading your way. Please take cover. I wanted to talk about some of the power outages we are seeing currently. We just checked with our local power companies. More than 60,000 customers are without power in Northern Virginia, nearly 44,000 in Fairfax County, 14,000 in Loudoun County, and nearly 4,600 in Fauquier County. PEPCO is reporting more than 12,500 customers without power. Most of those are in Montgomery County. And then I did want to mention, we are just continuing to get reports of trees down, power outages down. I'm not sure if we have this video here of, okay, let's go ahead and show you across the district. You can see it's cleared out just a bit, Caitlin. I wanted to see, with your professional eye, what you're looking at through this lens.
Yeah, Simone, it really blew right through the district. Right now, the strongest part of that storm is continuing to impact parts of Prince George's County, but our friends in the district, Montgomery, Fairfax County, you're in the clear. That is good news. It is still raining. You've still got a few lingering lightning strikes, so stay inside, but the strongest part of the storm has cleared the area. It is now moving through Prince George's County and over toward the Baltimore area. We know we've got a lot of folks that live up by Baltimore, maybe commute into the area, have loved ones in the area, So we're going to show you where the strongest part of that storm is, and it's really where you see this big cluster of lightning. And again, this still has that considerable tag on it, indicating winds that could be gusting up to, if not over, 70 miles per hour. We saw a gust of 61 around Reagan National. We still have a ground stop at National, Dulles, and BWI, and understandably so. We are still tracking incredibly strong storms in the area. It does look like the severe thunderstorm warning was just dropped for the district, and parts of western Prince George's County still includes parts of Bowie over toward Queen Anne, and that's in effect until 5:30 this evening. But you can still see one heck of a storm working its way out of spots like Northwest Stadium and Marlow Heights, right along 495, still just getting pummeled with rain and lots of dense lightning, indicating the strength of that storm. We do still have a warning that includes parts of Charles County and down toward Waldorf, La Plata, Accokeek, Brandywine. You still have heavy rain, not as much lightning though. So again, that does give us an indication that the storm isn't as strong, though still a significant impact, and that is why the severe thunderstorm warning is in effect. I'll give you the wider picture here because our friends off to the west of 95, you are in the clear from severe weather right now, but you still have moderate nuisance rain falling across much of Frederick County, all of Montgomery County, still raining in Fairfax, and we're keeping an eye on the flood threat as well. We still have that flood watch in effect until 9 o'clock this evening. So even though the heaviest rain has cleared out, we're going to be keeping a close eye on our river gauges, those small streams and rivers that can easily overflow their banks. Certainly not in the clear from flooding right now, but the heaviest rain is continuing to push east of 95. That still includes really much of Prince George's County, Charles County right now, still seeing significant rain, thunder, lightning, and wind. You do still have that severe thunderstorm warning in effect for Charles, parts of Prince George's and Prince William County until 4:47. So it should be dropping here relatively shortly, though still looks like it's in effect for now. The district is no longer under a severe thunderstorm warning. It has been trimmed back to include just a small sliver of eastern Prince George's County until 5:30 this evening. But if you have loved ones up into Baltimore, Baltimore City, over in Anne Arundel, you do still have that severe thunderstorm warning as well in effect until 5:30. So we'll take you closer to Prince George's County. And again, I took the lightning contour off just because it is so dense, but there is a lot of lightning still being produced from this storm all along 495 back through Prince George's County. Just incredible rainfall rates we're seeing here in Bowie and Upper Marlboro. Thankfully, these storms are moving quickly, so that will help with the flood risk here as we head through the next, really, I would say 20-30 minutes. And then these storms are going to be moving completely out of our area from Clinton down into Brandywine and Waldorf. You're getting hammered with that heavy rain, thunder, and lightning. I'll give you the wider perspective here with the lightning on so you can see what I mean just in terms of how dense it is. That strongest storm now stretching from Baltimore down into Prince George's County. But we're not in the clear quite yet for the evening. We still have a few more showers and storms that are going to try and develop behind this line as a cold front comes pushing through. So the question right now is, can the atmosphere kind of destabilize? Thankfully, the storms kind of took out a lot of the energy in the atmosphere, but there is going to be some question if we can clear, get some sunshine back, destabilize, and see another round of heftier storms, but it would not be anything like what we saw move through this afternoon and what we're still tracking through parts of Prince George's County down into Charles County. Again, that's where we have the severe thunderstorm warnings in effect right now. It has been trimmed back for the district. That is great news. Montgomery County, Fairfax, down into Prince William County, you are now in the clear as well. But it's our friends in Prince George's County that we're continuing to keep an eye on these really strong storms. This is starting to inch its way closer to Anne Arundel County, Calvert County. You are still in that severe thunderstorm warning as well. So this storm will continue to push off to the east here. Again, really, really quickly. I almost can't even time it out for you because it's moving so quickly. It's going to be in the bay, but we'll give you an idea of when you can expect the storm in spots like Annapolis if you have loved ones in the area, down into Waldorf and La Plata. We'll still track that storm out for you. But again, these are moving east around 45-50 miles per hour. That is an incredibly fast moving line of storms. We typically see storms about 25 to 30 miles per hour. So we'll time this out here. Going to be into Shady Side by about 5:03. So you've got about 12 to 15 minutes to prepare for this storm into Dunkirk here in just a few minutes. Down by Prince Frederick, you'll start to see some of the heavy rain, thunder, and lightning. Again, the storm isn't as strong down into southern Maryland, but still want to make sure you're seeking shelter, getting inside in the event that you do see some lightning, heavy rain, and some gusty wind. That will be closer to around 5:11. So we still have a few severe thunderstorm warnings we're working through right now. And again, the most notable is that one that now includes eastern Prince George's County and over toward Baltimore and Arundel. That still has a considerable tag on it for winds that could gust up to 70 miles per hour. Down into Fredericksburg, you've also got a stronger storm right now. Looks like a new severe thunderstorm warning was issued in that area until 5:30. That's for Fredericksburg, Spotsylvania, St. Mary's, and Stafford. Not seeing significant wind associated with this one, but still has a severe thunderstorm warning. Wind is expected to be gusting between 50 and 60 miles per hour. So make sure you too are seeking shelter, getting inside, away from the storm, away from windows. Could still see some damaging wind down into this area as well as that storm pushes closer to 95. So right now from Stafford down into Fredericksburg and Spotsylvania, you've got all of the heavy rain, probably some gusty wind along with this as well. That's going to move closer to Fairview Beach, over to Dahlgren here in, I would say, just about 20 to 30 minutes. So the severe thunderstorm watch continues until 9 o'clock this evening. That is for areas along and east of I-81. It might be trimmed back earlier if the National Weather Service decides that we will not see another round of strong to severe storms, but for now it's in effect until 9 p.m. And that deeper shading of yellow you can see is our severe thunderstorm warning. So that includes parts of Fredericksburg over toward Prince William, Charles County, parts of Prince George's County, and Calvert County. Northern St. Mary's County also now under that new severe thunderstorm warning. We've also got a flood watch in effect until 9 p.m. That's for D.C. and surrounding counties. It is a relatively small portion of our area, but that's because it's an area that got hit with really heavy rain last night. The ground is already very saturated. Rivers and streams were close to flood stage last night, so it wouldn't take much to cause some flooding in the area. It's also incredibly urban. Storm drains can't always keep up with the heavy rainfall, so we've still got the flood watch in effect until 9 p.m. But we really did just see the strongest part of the storm roll through right now. I want to check in now with Chief Meteorologist Topper Shutt to see if we have any new storm reports in.
Yeah, we do, Caitlin. I mean, we're getting a lot of reports. Some are unconfirmed. Unconfirmed reports of a tree down Connecticut Avenue and East-West Highway. We're trying to work on that. I'll show you some new ones that have just come in the last 10 minutes around town, and notice they're pretty focused, around the Beltway. I mean, they're right into Lower Montgomery County and the Beltway area. So a couple of these are new. I don't think I showed you this one the last time. We talked about the 61-mile-per-hour wind gust at National. Now we have numerous trees and branches and wires down City of Alexandria. That was at 4:15. So that is a new report there. And also we'll kind of slide over here just to the east of Burke, and we've got large trees down on Virginia 644 Old Keene Mill Road. We talked about that earlier. So that's not branches, those are actual, big time trees. Now if we kind of move up a little bit further to the north, some of these are new. This is out near White's Ferry Road and Darnestown Road, trees and wires down there. So these were incredible straight line winds in the order of probably 55 to 70 mile per hour winds. Remember, 75 is hurricane. So these were some intense storms that produced, a lot of damage across a pretty wide area. It wasn't really localized. I mean, that's a pretty wild zoom back out. All those are storm reports. And most of those are trees down or wires down or branches down. So that's quite a testament to this line of storms. Now we have more on some power outages, and also we have a reporter out in Bethesda. Here's Simone.
Yeah, let's take a look. Katie Lesso is live at Bradley Boulevard and
we're good. Okay.
in Bethesda, where we understand a large tree came down. Katie, what are you seeing? What happened?
Well, what you're seeing right now is firefighters that just pulled up here to this area, again, at the corner of Bradley and Burdett. They are trying to work with the driver here, but take a look at this damage. It's all under this tarp. So this tree came down and smashed right down straight into the back of this car, luckily, and by some miracle, nobody was in that back seat. What is happening right now is they are actually trying to move the car out of the way to try to open up this area for people to get through, because obviously they are blocking part of the road. So right now, firefighters are trying to help this gentleman move the car. Unfortunately, it looks like he's not able to really get the car to work the best that it can. So the fire department is working with him just to really get the car out of the way. Again, the big thing here is that nobody was hurt. A couple of the people who were inside the car are over here to my side. One is on the phone with insurance. How are you guys doing? Can I talk to you all? Yeah, they're going through it right now. But the good thing is that you guys are okay. And I know you said your plants were in the back seat, but luckily no people. Just a scary.
It would have been bad. All the glass fell, the electric panel fell down, and yeah.
Are you
I'm
okay?
Okay, but it was a big shock.
Okay.
Because I was at the nursery and I just came down and it started, and other big loud things fell on my car, and I'm like, oh my God. And I actually was parked here waiting for the light, and I even taped it because it was so bad, and all of a sudden smash, and it fell, this big branch fell.
You guys are okay.
I'm okay,
You're
just, shook up.
Oh my gosh, I can't even imagine. That was terrible.
And there was a nice woman behind me who let me wait in the car because there was electric transformer blowing up there, and she said there's a tree down there too. So.
Have you ever experienced anything like this?
I'm totally shocked.
Okay, well, I know you're going through it right now.
Yeah.
Thank you for speaking to me. I really appreciate it. I just want to make sure we show you that they have reopened this road now to let people get through. So I just want to have our photojournalist Tash get out of the street. I don't want him to be in jeopardy. But obviously, if you look past across the street, there's actually a giant wire down on the ground as well. So a lot of things happening out here through this neighborhood, the entire neighborhood. As we were driving here, we saw tons of branches down on the ground. So what you need to really be aware of is as you're driving, if like her, you see branches shaking around, just try to get somewhere safe and obviously get out of an area where you feel like that tree may be in jeopardy of falling down. Let's send it back to you.
To get a feel for how shell-shocked she was, how, you feel for everyone. This all just kind of dropped on top of them, and we're seeing the aftermath of that with those power lines down. Katie, thank you. We'll check in with you for more updates. By the way, that was at Burdett and Bradley Boulevard, which we can see is now reopened. We just checked with our local power companies. More than 115,000 customers are without power. This is specific to Northern Virginia. More than 72,000 are in Fairfax County, 14,000 in Loudoun County without power, and 10,000 in Arlington. Now, Pepco is reporting more than 40,500 customers are without power. 22,500 of those are in Montgomery County. So we are seeing these numbers increase from earlier reports that we brought you. We do have 11,000 outages being reported in Prince George's County. I wanted to show you now, let's go ahead and bring up this time lapse. This is from our tower cam of the storms moving into DC. You really get a feel for just how intense the winds and the rain was as it just began to roll, how quick this all came on as well. Pretty powerful to get to see that perspective. Also, I wanted to show you this. This is video of downed power line, we have trees blocking Morning View Court. This is in Fairfax County. You can see crews there just trying to sort things out. That is a massive tree, what you're looking at. When we zoom in, you get a much better view of it. Here we go. Just how big that tree is that is blocking that entire road. The cleanup on this, as you can imagine, is not going to be quick. Let's see if we've got those power lines. These are on fire on West Ox Road in Herndon, Virginia. Really scary to see this. But as we were just talking with Katie Lusso, we saw a very similar situation where people were reporting power lines sparking. This is so dangerous. Incredible that we were able to get this video to show you. If you see anything like this as these storms are heading your way, please avoid this. Get out of the way. Caitlin, I know as you're watching this, it gives me so much anxiety. Let's take you. This is a tree down in Northwest DC. This is near Connecticut Avenue. You get a feel for the winds here, and there you go. This massive tree just toppling down. But Caitlin, the wind just tossing these trees around, breaking them like toothpicks. This is what people were sheltering in place from. You can see the lightning off in the distance. And this is why when you guys were talking about, look, this is not a tornado, but you should treat it as such.
Yeah, that's exactly right, Simone. And as the threat for these really strong, really powerful storms continues to wane as we head throughout the evening, you might be going on with your plans this evening. Keep in mind, there are so many trees and power lines down. We saw in Katie Lusso's shot there in Bethesda, people just driving over the wires. Don't do that. Turn around. treat every wire like it might be hot. It is so incredibly dangerous, and crews have such a big cleanup to get through tonight. It is going to take time. Be patient. If you can, just stay home tonight. It is not worth the risk running into a tree or a power line. And again, there are a number that are down across the region. Now, thankfully, we are continuing to see the strongest of these storms clearing out of here. We do still have a severe thunderstorm warning that includes far eastern Prince George's County over toward Anne Arundel, Baltimore. So if you've got loved ones in the area, they still need to be taking that severe thunderstorm warning really seriously. It's in effect for the next 30 minutes. And this is one that does have that considerable tag on it for winds that could be gusting up to, if not over, 70 miles per hour. We've got another bigger severe thunderstorm warning off to our south that includes parts of southern Maryland. This includes Charles, Prince George's, and Stafford County until 5:30 this evening. You can see a hefty little downpour there around Dunkirk. Likely some gusty wind in that storm as well, producing thunder and lightning. This is moving out of Brandywine and toward North Beach. This is an area that is included under that severe thunderstorm warning until 5:30. Down by Aquasco and La Plata, Faulkner, you've got heavy rain, no lightning in the area. Thank goodness. That's, of course, always an indication of how strong a storm is, but you're going to see heavy rain in Mechanicsville, over by Prince Frederick, Port Republic, and Huntington here as we head through the next really 20 to 30 minutes, because these storms are still moving so quickly, pushing off to the east around 45 to 50 miles per hour. Nanjemoy, you still got a lightning bolt there. We've got a storm working its way toward Quantico and Stafford with some thunder and lightning back into parts of Prince William and Fauquier County. You still have some rain associated with the storms as they continue to clear out of here. So again, the good news is the worst of the weather has moved out of our region. We do still have severe thunderstorm warnings for areas in eastern Prince George's County, points east down into Calvert, Charles, St. Mary's County, over into Fredericksburg. We're still keeping an eye on that heftier storm as well. No reports of damage out of this area quite yet, but it's really splitting 95 right now from Quantico down into Fredericksburg. Heavy rain, thunder, and lightning. Now, areas off to the north still seeing rain, so we're keeping an eye on the rain threat, but thankfully not nearly as significant as those storms were just about 30 minutes ago. Now, I do want to take you closer to the district here. Parts of Fairfax County still seeing some thunder and lightning, so keep that in mind. We will continue to see some residual lightning strikes. You need to make sure you're seeking shelter, not going out in any storm until it has fully passed through. But I do want to give you a wider perspective of what we're watching for the remainder of the evening, because while this was our primary line of storms that now actually looks like it did produce a tornado warning back toward Philadelphia, we still have storms bubbling up off to the west. Those are associated with the cold front itself. So we will see another round of scattered showers, possibly some more thunderstorms. Our hope is that this powerful line of storms kind of stabilized the atmosphere, but if we see some sunshine build back behind it, we might destabilize and be able to produce a few more stronger storms as we head throughout the evening. Chief Meteorologist Topper Schutt's going to have more on that storm threat coming up after the break.
Right now on WUSA 9 News at 5, we are tracking severe weather in the D.C. area. Here's a live look right now over the district as these storms start to move through. You can also see our crew at Eco 9 traversing the area as well. You know, this storm has knocked down trees, as we've been showing you, and knocking out power for a lot of people in our area. Our team has issued a weather impact alert because the weather we are dealing with right now at 5:07 p.m. could be life-threatening. Thank you for being here with us tonight at 5 o'clock. I'm Lorenzo Hall. We have team coverage tonight covering the impacts of this weather in your neighborhood. Let's start with the chief top Rashad and meteorologist Caitlin McGrath. So who's seeing the worst of these storms right now, you two?
Well, right now they're across I-95 corridor, so that's good because they're moving at 45 to 50 miles per hour. We are concerned about a second line.
Yeah, we're going to be keeping a close eye on whether or not we can kind of juice up the atmosphere. Thankfully, these storms hopefully took out a lot of that energy, but we're not in the clear quite yet. You're tracking another round later this evening.
Yeah, let's hope so. Let's kind of reset here. We'll show you the severe thunderstorm watch. It covers pretty much the entire metro. The good news is the district's no longer under a severe thunderstorm warning. So the watch goes until 9 o'clock. And again, it's because these storms were kind of kicked off by what we call a trough. Okay, and the cold front itself has yet to move through, and that will roll through later tonight, which is why they're going to hold this severe thunderstorm watch until 9. It's possible they might trim it back a little bit. We'll keep an eye on that. But here we are. See the bright yellow? Those are warnings. So now we have a warning in Charles County, in southern Prince George's County, all of Anne Arundel, most of Calvert County, down across into Stafford County as well, in Westmoreland County in Virginia. So that means that severe weather is occurring because this intense line has rolled through the entire metro. And notice over the past 2 hours how you don't really see any of the reds, go away. They sort of stay very robust right on through the immediate metro area. And that's a pretty impressive line of storms. So now these are where the warnings are. We now have a tornado warning up in Chester, Delaware, and Newcastle. Caitlin pointed out earlier, just southwest of Philly. And these yellow boxes are all severe thunderstorm warnings across the entire metro. So we'll zoom in. This is where the storms are right now. And again, La Plata, Charles County, our friends in Calvert County, I think you all need to sort of get ready for some strong winds. Maybe not quite as strong. They don't look quite as strong as they did, but still. Fredericksburg, rainfall rates over an inch per hour. Going to cross over 301 here shortly. We already know it's causing severe weather in Anne Arundel County and Calvert County. These are going to move through very, very quickly. So you don't have a lot of time. If you do have your umbrella up, put it down.
Kelsey, are you in there?
But again, don't spend a lot of time preparing if you haven't done this already. We're going to kind of track these storms right here through La Plata and just around Fredericksburg, kind of across the river all the way into southern Maryland. So Dahlgren, get ready for 5:13, another few minutes. Charlotte Hall at about 5:22. And Leonardtown at about 5:46, and California at about 5:54. So again, these storms about to move over across the bay, and that's going to spell kind of a relief for us. Round 1 is over. We'll come back. We will talk about whether or not round 2 will develop. But now I'm going to send it back to Caitlin for storm reports.
Yeah, Topper, and we have a ton, and a lot of them kind of have this common theme. Trees down and wires down. So even though the storm threat is starting to taper off, at least for now, just stay home if you can. There are so many trees and wires down on roads. It is still incredibly dangerous if you have to be out and about this evening. So I'll show you the map here. All of those circles you see are different storm reports. The icons that you see that kind of show a tree blown on a house, that is a report of a tree down. And all of the smaller blue dots, those are where we have wind gusts. So we'll take you to the maps here and again show you just a few of the storm reports that we are seeing, because there are too many that we can name right now. But I do want to hone in on just a few specific storm reports for you. If we can show you the maps here, we'll show you starting around the district where we do have that big cluster of trees and wires down.
Take it full.
Those in just a minute, but first, a tree on a house in Potomac. We also have a tree blew down on Maryland 193. That is Enterprise Rose at Chantilly Lane. That is in Woodmore. We also got a report of numerous trees, branches, and wires blown down in the city of Alexandria. That is near the Woodrow Wilson area. Off to the north and west, these are reports that we got a little earlier in the day as storms first started to roll through. Trees blew down blocking US 340. That is the William L. Wilson Freeway near 32 also near Chestnut Hill Road. We also got a report of a tree reported on a home that is Dunlap Street between Bruce Street and Green Street. So the wind report's not as condensed, not as significant through parts of Northern Virginia and West Virginia as we saw around the metro area. But keep in mind, around the metro area, that's where we also had that destructive warning for winds gusting up to 80 miles per hour and then a considerable warning for winds gusting 70 miles per hour. So the storm did strengthen as it moved closer to the Beltway. We got a report of a wind gust up to 66 miles per hour. That was reported near Crest Hill in Virginia. We also got a report of a 64 mile per hour gust down by Culpeper Regional Airport, and we clocked in a gust of 61 miles per hour at Reagan National. So we're continuing to sift through all of the damage reports and of course sending our reporters out to give us an idea of what's going on across the area. But the most significant damage right now is around the Beltway. So.
And as you mentioned with these storm reports here, the common theme is downed trees. So let's add another one to your list. We know that a tree has fallen on a Metro bus in Bethesda. I want to bring in our John Duran, who is on scene right now. First up, John, can you tell us if anyone is injured?
Lorenzo, I just spoke to someone from Metro that was standing near the bus. Told me nobody was injured, but he wasn't really sure. We're still waiting to hear, but this is what it looks like. Car down on a car as well as a Metro bus. Police have basically a block closed on East-West Highway just east of Connecticut Avenue in Chevy Chase. We're seeing more representatives from Metro actually showing up as we speak. But down trees, we see down power lines, street lights have been out. Connecticut Avenue just down the street is jam-packed with traffic as police have shut this down and used flares to keep cars from turning onto East-West Highway. We just got on scene maybe 5 minutes ago, still trying to learn more, but so far hearing from Metro, just the representative I spoke to as I got on scene maybe a minute after walking up to this down tree on these vehicles, that everyone was okay, but we will still, we're going to work to find out more about this incident, and they are one of many as we are reporting this evening. Down trees, hitting cars, hitting homes. This is another example, and like I said, I'll send it back to you in the studio right now as we to find out what happened here just east of Connecticut Avenue on East-West Highway in Chevy Chase.
Yeah, as you mentioned, John, there, I don't know if your photographer can hear us as well. They can start panning over toward that bus. We saw the gentleman there trying to take some of the items out of his car. And just to pull back the curtain for the folks at home, you know, as soon as these storms started rolling through, we sent our crews right out into the area, into the thick of it, to try and capture what was happening. John clearly didn't have to go very far from our Northwest DC studios to see some of the damage that we are dealing with here in our area. But again, as we see right here in John's live shot, and also from Caitlin McGrath with the storm reports, this is what a lot of people are dealing with right now. These downed trees, these storms moving through so rapidly and causing so many problems at the same time. All right, John, we know you got there on scene just moments ago, and there's a lot more information to gather, so we will let you do that, and we will check in again with you shortly. In the meantime, you be careful. Right now, though, I'm going to head to, I believe, our Katie Lusso, who is also not too far away. She's in Bethesda right now. Katie, what are you seeing right there where you are?
I don't think so. I couldn't get a look at their face.
Yeah, well, we're right now on Burdette, right near the corner of Bradley. I want you to come out of the way. Thank you for being here. I'm so sorry. So this is the young woman who was inside the car, this car behind us, when a tree came crashing down. She has been on the phone with insurance, with tow truck drivers. Would you be comfortable describing for us what unfolded? You said you were driving. You started recording a video of the trees and the wind.
So I was coming from the nursery. American Plan was just going home, and all of a sudden the storm started, and already multiple pieces fell on the car while I was driving down Burdette, and very loud, and I was worried that it would leave dents. And then I was at the traffic light, waiting at the red light, and I took out the camera to just record, and all of a sudden there's a big smash, and the back of my car, the window was destroyed, and the electric panel was hanging down, and yeah,
Oh my
I was,
gosh.
tried to call 911, nobody answered. And then a woman stopped behind me. She was very nice to let me in her car because I didn't feel safe. And then I called 911 from there. And while we were in her car, there was a transformer blowing up right there. So it was pretty scary.
Oh my gosh, that's a lot to be going through. And I know your daughter is here too. Can you talk to me about the phone call you received from your mom?
Yeah, do you want me to hold this or? Okay, cool. Yeah, so I was just at the house with my father. The power just went out in the house, so I was texting her to make sure she was okay, and she wasn't answering. Now I know why. And she called, was like, hey, can you come pick me up? I was like, yeah, sure, no problem. And I went to my father to loop him in on the conversation. He didn't catch the beginning part of why we were coming to get her, so he was confused.
But when you pulled up and saw the damage to this car, what was your reaction?
I was just really happy that she was okay. Yeah. And then no one else was in the car. Plants are fine, like they can handle some glass.
Yeah. And for context, let's explain the plants. So there's like a stack of plants in your dad's car right now because there were plants in the back seat. I know I asked you, was anyone in the back seat? You said just my plants.
Yes, my plans.
Yeah.
A lot.
Yeah. But I know what's important is that you are okay, and obviously cars can be fixed.
Yeah.
You were not hurt.
No,
How are you
'cause
feeling right now?
I'm just, shaky, but I'm glad that, I had nice people helping me, and then my daughter and her father could come, so.
And I want to go back to that. You said people stopped to help you. To have that happen, how important, how impactful was that for you?
Well, the first woman actually just said sorry and left, but then there was another one that stopped, and she's like, come in, and I was like, really, I was so grateful. And it was a woman, she was supposed to drive her daughter to La Crosse, which I'm sure was canceled. So yeah, and she said she's been in a similar situation before but the front of the car was smashed and she had like blood running down. I'm like, okay, I'm glad that was not as bad for me.
But I'm sure that was a good feeling to have. What do you think we can all learn from her kindness in this situation?
Well, people should always be kind, especially in today's world. So I always try, my daughter, we're always trying to be kind and help, as much as we can.
Thank you so much. I know you're really shaken up, so I do appreciate you talking to us. I know you've had a rough day. And, any last thoughts to hearing that somebody did go out of their way to help your mom?
I'm just really grateful for them. That was a very nice thing to do, and I know it's not always the safest thing to let someone in your car, a stranger, and I'm just really glad that they did do that, like go out of their way to do that.
Thank you so much for speaking with us. Right now, I take it you're waiting on a tow truck?
Yes. Okay. It took about 50 minutes.
All right, so a scary situation for you as well. I'm so sorry this happened to you. Obviously, if you are driving around, be careful. If you start to see trees swaying back and forth like she did, try to get out of the way as fast as you can. We are in Bethesda. I'm Katie Lussell. I'll send it back to you.
Yeah, such good information there, Katie. We've covered plenty of these storms, and usually they don't end like this. So we are so grateful that she is okay. Again, you're right along Bradley Boulevard and Burdett Road rather, in Bethesda. Glad she's going to be okay. Katie, thank you so much. And also to you at home, make sure you keep our free WUSA 9 app handy on this stormy Thursday. Just scan that QR code right there on your screen. You can download it. And then this is what's important. After you download the app, make sure you turn on push notifications. That is the fastest way to get alerts when severe weather is heading your way. All right, some other news we're following right now at 5 o'clock. All of this heat coming as D.C. students mark their first day of summer break, but with it could come a summer curfew as district leaders start to weigh some of their options. In the weeks leading up to break, we saw these massive teen gatherings. They have been very disruptive and in some cases violent, pushing D.C. Mayor Muriel Bowser to call for a youth curfew in July and in August. And that's where D.C. Parks and Rec says it can step in. Their late night hype events are keeping kids safe, fed as well, and entertained, from dance contests to free haircuts. This is so important. So if this is approved, it has to go to the council. The curfew could impact teens as young as 17, with some areas enforcing it as early as 8 p.m. But city leaders say enforcement is not enough. Programs have to be part of this plan. So we're going to keep tracking that as well for you. All right, also right now, new at 5 o'clock tonight, the Sandy Spring community is heartbroken after a historic home built in the late 1700s It burned down. You might remember us telling you about this last night on the news at 11. It was once home to President Harry Truman, Secretary of State. As John Duran tells us tonight, this home has been a cornerstone of the Quaker community since it was built.
Montgomery County Fire and Rescue says Wednesday night storms likely contributed to the fire at the home on historic Harewood Farms just down this path. Luckily, nobody was injured. Nobody was reported to be at the home when the fire started. But fire officials say the house is a total loss.
Harewood is about there.
James Lehman is a member of the Sandy Spring Meeting House, part of a Quaker faith community the Harewood Farm sits on.
This is old as Sandy Spring. The only thing older than Sandy Spring would probably be the actual Sandy Spring, which is number 8 on the map.
More than 230 years old, and according to Lehman, a fixture here.
It breaks our heart. The house itself is older than the meeting house here, but it is the beginning of the community. It was where the first post office was.
Around 7 o'clock Wednesday night, firefighters were called to the home after somebody reported seeing smoke. That was about an hour after, they say, a storm rolled through Sandy Spring. Fire officials say the house was fully engulfed in flames when firefighters arrived. Luckily, nobody was inside.
It was an electrical storm. Lightning hit in the area. We have